Água. Água. Português mal feito. Português mal feito. Fuck. Okay. shit. police car without horn and blue light, crossing red light, and then what he did like that. Great. Oh. Ah, bom dia.
Olá, bom dia. Pode seguir.
Oh, obrigado, senhor. the year. Como está? Tudo bem?
Então, como estás?
Ah, bom, bom. Tem que se começar bem, então vai.
Eu só vou fazer isto e vou-me embora.
Sim? Não tens vontade?
Estou cansado.
Cansado.
Vou parar 2 dias. Vou celebrar o São João, na praia.
Ah, tá. É. 2 dias parado, quer dizer, só estavas à espera para uma tour e não levaste nenhuma também.
É?
Quer dizer,
Não, vou folgar mesmo.
E amanhã estou folga também. Mas tem hoje duas reservas. Então vai-se ver.
Sim, a mim lixaram.
Lixaram?
Lixaram.
Quem?
Há 2 dias reservaram-me para de manhã e para a tarde. Não foi? Foi quando estávamos no último tour. A
Sim.
caminho dos pastéis.
Sim.
João, tens disponibilidade para hoje? Eu deixa-me chegar aos pastéis que eu já vou ver aqui uma coisa. Eu tinha uma reserva minha de uns clientes meus. Liguei a uma amiga minha, passei-lhe a minha reserva para vir fazer hoje de manhã e à tarde. No final do dia, João, afinal não há à tarde, ainda não sabemos os números porque a Vitória é nova. Não... Pronto. A minha reserva da tarde passei para uma amiga minha. Porque tinha aqui, mas aqui não há. Está-se bem. Tá.
Sim.
Tá bom. A minha amiga também é boa rapariga e merece.
Quem?
É?
Quem? Qual? Qual das raparigas?
Vai ser a Sara, da Sara.
Tá.
Não conheces?
Não conheço, não.
Conheces a Rafael? Rafael a conheces?
Que passo?
Tenho de ver. Mas a Sara não. Não conheces.
Pois é. Olha, o Pedro talvez já sabe onde ele quer estacionar, ok? Aí. É igual. Pronto.
Posso mostrar quem é que ela está?
Talvez este inverno vou provar.
A Sara e a Rafaela.
Pois.
A Rafaela já entrou aí com tudo, mas... A Sara não, cada vez que a chamam ela já tem qualquer coisa. Isso é como que...
É boa, talvez, ó.
É?
Faz muitos tours, talvez.
Nós já trabalhamos juntos há muitos anos.
É
A Sara já liderou centenas de tours meus, na minha ausência. Nunca falhou. Nunca falhou. É uma gaja que nunca falhou comigo. Isso é raro. É coisa rara. É uma pérola. Ops, que é isso? Que é isso? Olha ela. Alô, Sarinha. Como é que é? Estou aqui no terminal. Sim. Cara, eu acho que Não está aberta?
Não.
Não, olha, não. Não está. Não, mas ó querida, aquilo a gente tem que alinhar às 9 da manhã mesmo, estás a ver? Os clientes começam, daqui a 10 minutos temos que estar a alinhar, porque muitas vezes é o protocolo. Os clientes chegam mesmo às 9. Coincidência, é?
Também, João.
Bom dia.
Lá na entrada do parque, há uma coisa tão engraçada.
Não, mas é por causa, sabes, que eu faço vida com eles. Deixa que chegam. Os arcolas. Cada vez que os arcolas vêm, pá, e geram uma confusão do caralho com os matrículas. Não sempre. As substituições à última da hora. São garotos, eles eram garotos quando eu lá trabalhei e agora continuam garotos.
Porque é que ele está a fazer um controle na entrada do parque? O pessoal que quer sair do parque, o pessoal que quer entrar do parque, está tudo ali encrancado. Se ele tem o controle, o guichê ali na. E depois à distância
Mas eu não teria feito. Eu chego aqui no final do curso sem clientes. Eles ficaram em Alfama. E ele, então e os clientes? Só vão entrar para comer a marmita descansar. Até tudo para casa. Foi flexível, foi flexível.
Não podes aproximar isso muito do moçambicano. Sabes que nós estamos habituados a matar mosquitos. Mal ouvimos.
Tudo bem, tudo bem.
Sim. Já fazemos recorde durante a noite.
Olha, por falar nisso, lembras-te daquela batata que eu tinha aqui há uns anos atrás, num coisa? Nunca mais tive isso, agora está-me a aparecer outra vez, não. Outra vez estava mesmo feio. Foda-se, que até disseste para meter o terramicina que a gente metia antigamente. Agora não, é o fungicida.
É a mesma coisa.
É. Ai, ai.
Nunca percebi qual é a cor de ir numa moto.
Parece um bom.
É que nem sequer é uma cena assim.
Ele aqui ainda ficou ofendido, que ele gosta dessa.
Ele acho que.
Não preocupes. Não, mas as motas aqui fazem barulho demais, não sei porquê.
É um bocado.
Eles mudam o cano de escape.
É, tudo quitado, está tudo quitado.
Oh, não havia mais nada para deixar ali. Só faltou o gajo cagar ali, o gajo cagar ali também depois da refeição.
E se eu agora estou a apanhar o comboio em Sacavém, estás a ver? Lá à volta da estação, é só poias, é só poias, cara, o pessoal. Então não há lá uma que eu também entendo, às vezes ficam lá aflitos, vão à casa de banho, uma espreitalhada, vai e caga toda a volta da estação.
Bom dia, bom dia.
Bom dia.
João, tudo bem? Tudo bem? Tranquilo. Selvagem.
Ora boa, como é que isso vai?
Bom dia.
Como é que isso vai? Vamos dar uma volta nisto ou não?
Hoje.
É hoje, caraças, ficam uns cavalinhos nesta merda. Olá, Ricardo.
Cavalinhos não deve ser difícil de fazer. Já vi encostam atrás.
É? Já viste estes gajos que fazem corridas no dia de lá? Eles a ameaçarem-se uns aos outros. Um a ameaçar, eu vou-te meter de lado, pumba! Eu pensava, os gajos fazem, acertam muito de lado.
No início, esta cena. Não te lembras? Eu só vi quando estava um carro. Eu vi até o vídeo. Aqui na baixa. Mas foi aqui também o motociclista. Porque o gajo lá em cima não. Quando tu te aproximas, o gajo não vê nada. Foi um desse que levou, virou o patrão. Ricardo.
Eu só dizer que está tudo parado no terminal.
Está tudo parado.
O senhor também demorou. Viste que eu estava atrás de ti?
Não, eu demorei por ali, espera.
Olha o Yuri. Mas um dia trabalhar na vossa empresa, não é? Isto, já vos conheço todos. É, estou o Ricardo. Olha o Nuno também. É, estou o Ricardo. O Nuno também está ali. Bom dia, pessoal.
Bom dia.
Olha, uma confusão que estes tipos arranjaram aqui.
Pois.
E ele foi lavar os outra vez, não estou a brincar.
Bom dia, senhora.
Estás prateado, ontem estavas dourado. Bom
Quando
dia.
eu ainda vou tentar lavar
Briefing.
aquela bodega.
Briefing. Porquê?
Porquê? Porquê?
Não, é
Vamos improviso hoje.
aí mesmo,
Bora.
bora.
Sempre por isso que. Vamos dizer assim, vai ser uma viagem inesquecível. Separamos todos do grupo.
Pronto, isto eu não quero muito saber. Que horas? Mais tarde.
Vou terminar. Bom dia.
Então nós
Planear, já reunir.
Não, a Beatriz não era connosco, não?
o Yuri.
Ah,
Agora tem que ser para a do Yuri.
Yuri.
Ai, o Yuri parte-me a cabeça.
Completamente.
Gajo, bom.
Mas vai atrás de ti, está bem?
Hoje trouxe a minha carrinha, meti lá um cantinho, o gajo vê a carrinha, isto é para o carro. Era o gajo, de que ano é que é, quantos quilómetros é que tem, quanto é que custou, qual é a potência.
Vou falar de semana, vou falar que vou lançar. Só faço isso tudo. Eu vou falar que vou lançar.
E nem existe.
Scheiße.
Sem abrigo. No outro dia teve que pegar abrigo ao tio, não sei quantos.
Vou lá daquele lugar de
O Couto não tem assim uma vida também muito famosa. Ah, pois olha, eu achei que tinha alguém dentro do carro que ia sair. Mas aí eu falei, eu não vou ficar aqui.
Ah, já sei.
Bom dia. Posso ajudar? É alguma coisa para nós? Não.
Agora volta e lá para o fundo. Tenho que preciso dos Tuk-Tuks 26 RS10, 72 RRP02, os que estão comigo. Não sei quem são.
Qual é o navio? Piano?
É o. Eu nem sei. Aurora.
Aurora. Aurora do piano, não
E
sei.
podem pôr aqui os Tuk-Tuks aqui, quem for. Não sei se é com vocês.
Deixa eu ver só um bocadinho.
Aurora.
Sim. Malta, quem tiver com o navio Aurora da Pianão, mete aqui, por favor.
É para
Quem tiver. Não, aqui este aqui. Quem tiver com o Pianão.
Então, acho que é o outro. Não são os outros? Olha, não confundam.
Somos nós.
Acho que não.
A Aurora somos.
Somos nós?
Somos.
Esse é o nosso, Pedro?
10.
Ah, vamos.
Punha.
Anda, eu estou, espera, vou esperar. Vou esperar até o último Foi.
Agora é meteste aquele lado para o autocarro depois sair.
Isso é o quê? Um drone?
Sim.
Uau! Uau!
João Carlos, tu ontem estavas dourado e hoje és prateado. Isto é tudo semiótica, é marketing, são os metais preciosos.
Outra vez o quê? O que é
Tu
isso?
ontem estavas dourado, com colete dourado, e hoje estás com colete prateado. Semiótica, nunca se fala de semiótica. Em alemão, como é que se tira a semiótica? É marketing.
Muito. Miótica podia ser muito, mas
Semiótica, deixa eu cá ver como é que se diz em alemão.
ontem eu não fiz muito sucesso. Quem fez algo?
Não foste o único, acho que ninguém fez, por causa daquela parada, por causa do evento. Este evento está-nos a estragar o negócio.
Ah.
Vocês também trabalharam ontem na rua. É que assim, este evento
Sim.
está-nos a dar cabo completamente do
Pois,
negócio.
eu trabalhei de manhã e fui-me embora, que eu já levei com esse filme noutros anos atrás.
Mas não é todos os anos, não é este ano especificamente, que
Não.
é a cidade Europe Drive, lá que
Não, já houve, mas...
Já, eu estive lá várias vezes. Não,
porque no ano
Sim,
passado
ano
também
passado.
havia parada. Sim,
mas por acaso no ano passado tive. Junto. Não, já no ano passado
Eu também
já
lá
vi.
tive. Vi-me grego foi com os clientes, pá, para conseguir deixá-los onde era para ser.
E depois fazem vida. Eu estou a São Jorge. Quer dizer. E eles não querem saber dos tuques. Passam ali todos, os arco-íris, não querem saber dos tuques. Só os que passaram. Não, passaram.
Talvez precisares uma.
O mais engraçado.
Uma bandeira. Precisas de uma bandeira Pride e talvez eles vão contigo.
O mais engraçado é que eu apanho de manhã 4 gajos, cotas, marroquinos, super simpáticos, eu não sei quantos. Fizemos um grande tour. Eu, pai, e a meia comecei a perceber que estes gajos também estão cá para a festa. Os marroquinos, pá, marroquinos super tradicionais, estás a ver, mas muito bem dispostos e não sei o quê, já com uma faixa etária bastante elevada, e estavam cá para a festa também. E fizemos um grande tour.
Ainda bem.
Mas hoje ainda há festa, né? Só termina hoje.
Até ao São João, até terça-feira.
Mas hoje até às 2 é das 4 às 2 da manhã está postado. Outra vez.
Eu fui fazer isto.
Deixa passar o carro.
Se fosse só isso.
Não, mas é por... Não, isso é para colors.
Pá, eu estou a lidar com eles como se fosse um inimigo. Pá, não dá.
Foi a vir as queixinhas do Sr. João às 7h30 da manhã quando entrei. Deixaste que elas é sempre uma grande desorganização.
Vamos fazer a mesma rota do costume daqui para a Senhora do Monte via Catedral. Ok? Onde é que está o Yuri? Esse é que me preocupa.
Está aí agora, chegou agora. Yuri! Vem para cá! Yuri! Anda!
Bom dia.
Bom dia.
Somos 40.
É o quê? Por que chamaste?
A rota.
Quem?
Vamos falar não estás connosco.
Estou.
Então, a rota. Vamos a discutir a rota. Para tu saberes,
Ok,
precisamos para a tour.
Ok,
A primeira coisa que precisamos é a rota.
Já percebi.
Agora está bem.
Joãozão, fechei a camisa, pá. Se uma velhota ainda se apaixona por ti.
Isso é bom. Boa ideia.
Que é isso, Yuri?
O quê? Isto? É para dar logo aquele look e eles verem, não, aqui vamos aí com um top de elite, vamos lhe dar uma gorjeta também top.
Não, olha aqui este senhor já. Olha, queres colocar o não, olha. Frente a frente no teu.
O meu é...
Esse aí.
Não, isso é meu, pois. Pois.
Frente a frente.
Não estava à espera que ia tão pressa. Senão
Ok.
eu já meter lá o banco. Mas...
Olha, diz a eles para se sentarem frente a frente.
Good morning. So I will be your truck driver. We recommend to a couple to sit face to face because it's better by the experience. You can share what you see. Yeah.
Ok.
Até agora só.
Só? Se calhar me dá tempo de tomar um café, não? Muito rápido. Tá.
Vai lá.
Vou lá?
Sabes onde é que é?
Eu já pedias.
Não há nada muito. Então, onde foi se está na verdade? João Soares.
So.
Thank you, I need that.
You're welcome. So.
Thank you.
Maybe you can use this one.
Where's that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I help you. Just a moment. Here is yours. Yeah. So there we are. And you need the expression?
This belt's also a bit twisty.
Just a moment. So, what you help? What do you need to help?
Sounds a bit twisty.
Ah, twisty. Okay, just a second. So,
Not right, southern.
okay.
No, that's got to go over. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. Welcome.
Still a bit twisty.
Put it off you, mate.
Great. So, maybe I could guess you came all from England, right?
Yep.
Okay, great. So, of course, you are all in a Portuguese tuk, and I am very happy to have English guests. Why? Because we both, the country of England and Portugal, have the oldest alliance between two countries since 1384. So, let's begin that question with the Templar Knights.
Oh, yes, yes.
The Templar Knights was the protector of the holy sites in the Middle East and also in Europe, and they protect also the routes to the holy sites. And that's why there was the only one in the Middle Ages who had the permission to lend money. And you can guess, if you are the only bank in Europe, you get rich like stupid. So, and then there was a king, the King of France, who get notice that the Templar Knights are rich, and he begins to ask for money. The Templar Knights give. He asks again. Templar Knights give again, again, again. One day the Templar Knights say to the King of France, "You have enough. You don't get more. You don't get more." And then this king go to the Pope and sat there praying to the devil. So the Pope make an inquisition against the Templar Knights, and they have to flee on all over Europe. And where they can come, they could come to Portugal. And of course, today Portugal is Catholic, and back then too, we have to follow somehow the Pope. And we make it completely different than the others. We open a convent, the convent of Christus, and put the Templar Knights from his original organization to the convent of Christus. So they even took the sign of the Templar Knights the red cross with the thick endings. And then when they bring it to the new convent, they put a white cross inside to be different. That was happened in 1307. 10 years later, the Portuguese founded their navy, which makes us the oldest navy in the world. With the same sign for the convent of Christus. And because the English helped us so much fighting against the Moorish, because the biggest amount of crusaders came from England, and then the England get in struggle because the French want to take over England. We come with our very new navy and protected England to the French. And it was important because back then France was the most populated country with 14 million, and England had just 3.5. And by the way, we Portuguese was just 1 million. So we protected them, and then the French wanted a revanche. They wanted a revanche and joined with the Castilians, which was the most populated country in the Peninsula area. And they joined with troops, with army, with real army. That was not common in the Middle Ages. So we Portuguese hadn't. So they come over and the English helped us with his longbow knights. And then there was still 5 times more than the Portuguese and the English. And we wait about 80 kilometers from here in Aljubarrota. They came over and we began to fight. After hours we could turn for us, for the English and the Portuguese. And then the Castilians and the French begin to run. And there was a bakery woman, because we had no army. She came with a bakery shovel and she killed 7 Castilians by fleeing. Bing, boom, 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 boom. So a few days later, we started our alliance between Portugal and England, 1384, and it is still in force. Means that makes the oldest alliance in the world. So your oldest friend are here?
It's not America. It's not America, it's Portugal. It's not America, it's Portugal. Special relationship.
Yes. Yeah, America, they want to be, they want to be treated very kind, and that's why we understand that we are a bit clever. We understand when you say, "Oh, the Americans are the great," because you cannot.
They got no
You have to use them like they are, and even through that, not they're very secure what they do or not right now. So why I mentioned that, because I really mean that it's very important that I have you in my tour. So, and we have a lot of relation. So, and we will pass a few different sections of the city, and that's why, because we have a very important event in 1755 which affect all our history, even the history of Europe. It is 1755, All Saints' Day, the 1st November, was the big earthquake. The big earthquake hit it, of course, the whole city. And there is a part called Bairro Alto, the uptown. There live in the more richer people who have carpet in the wall, carpet in the floor. And they're falling their oil lamps down and begin to burn. The richer people, the capable people, came down to downtown in front of the palace of the king. And unfortunately, then came a tsunami. So it was 3 hits on the same day. And because Portugal was known that fighting against the Moorish, against the Islam, and later then even spread the Christianity all over the world, the people writing, oh, hello. Do I have a little help? There you go.
Oh yeah. See you in a minute. Right.
So,
Banging my head. It's fine.
so I guess you are also English, right?
Yes.
So I already shared that we have an old relation between England and Portugal.
Yes.
We have old alliance since 1384, the oldest alliance in the world. And I already mentioned how it came is because of the Templar Knights, and the Templar Knights had to flee, and the Portuguese with the Templar Knights make the Portuguese Navy, and we protect with the Portuguese Navy because it was the first one in the world. We protect England against the French, and then the French joined with the Castilians, and we fighting against them, both, and then we make it the alliance. So. That is very fast. But,
I'm sorry if you had to hear it again. Thank you.
So maybe you always noted that Portugal is a small nation with only 10 million people, and the most logical question to that: how this tiny little nation could make an empire like it did? And the answer is very simple. Portugal invented the navigation. So maybe if you come home back, or maybe you found some American and you say, oh, the Portuguese invented navigation, they will say, no, the Vikings was before on the ocean. And that's true, the Vikings was before in the ocean. But they never knew where there was. They're just driving from coastline to coastline. When they found the island, they go around to find the next coastline. So they could not make maps. They just sometimes find again, sometimes not. So it's like that. And maybe the next question would be, oh, when's about maps? The Romans could paint maps. Yeah, the Romans made maps. They look like subway station maps, straight lines, because they even not navigate. They just navigate by the rivers and by the coastlines, and when they're fighting in the land inside, they have to build the roads. Without the roads, they didn't find nothing. So, but the Romans, they could build perfect roads, straight lines, but they cannot measure curves. So they even like to cut a little mountain in two to put the straight line streets through to go around. So that is often happen. So because they use some measurements instrument, there are three, and the Portuguese remember them again, use them, and put it upside down to the stars. And then we make also a bit more of the map, because every part of the world have a different map of stars. But when we go further, we make the stars, the next stars, and with a lot of mathematics. And the first navigators was in the school of mathematics. So then you can notice where you are. So the first who could paint maps and know where something are was the Portuguese. And
Is Vasco da Gama Portuguese?
yes, yes.
Okay, yeah. Remember that from school? Yeah.
70% of the coastline of the world was first categorized by the Portuguese. So here's like a much bigger impact, in history. We have to face what we are. On the beginning was simple. We was the small nation, but we was alone on the ocean. We had time to use everything. But to make some adventure or something positive for, we have to put it also some kind found some use for it. And that's why even when Portugal knew that was America there, what can you do with just 1 million people with that? It was more important to find a way to India, to make some trade, you get some wealth, and that's why that was the first mission. Even we had already maps from some coastlines of America. So now, normally, to be a discoverer, you have to say it. And we Portuguese, we have to be quiet, not to be rubbish by the other nation. We had no problems when it's the English because we are alliated, and this was one of the big advantages because one big enemy less on the ocean is a big advantage. And the English became a very big one, so it's great. By the rest, we have to use some tricks. So we have that few is the now, the type of the now, and the now was that big than the other ships too. The other nations had 4 or 3 masts, but 2 of the masts are with 3 angle sails.
How many sails?
3 angle sails. 3 angles.
Oh, angles, yes.
3
triangles.
angles.
Yeah.
So, why? Only with 3 angles can you sail against the wind. But normally you just need 1 mast, because it's not common. You don't want to sail against the wind, because it's very slow. Why Portugal use 2 masts? Because when you're surrounded by enemies, you can turn against the wind, and then you become faster than the others. But when the wind is behind you, you are slower. So, but okay, you are not Americans, you have maybe not that experience with guns. The Americans, they will say, oh, you can shoot in that time you turn the ship. And that is right. A big ship with 3 or 4 masts take a long time to turn. That's why the Portuguese have also a different kind of cannons. They have at first smaller cannons like this, and a big hole on the back side. And a metal jar, they could prepare the powder and the cannonball. And so they put the metal jar inside, shoot, change, and shoot again. Prepare, shoot again, prepare, shoot again. The others have to push the cannon back, put the powder, cannonball, press it in front and shoot. Let's go? Okay. So maybe you will ask, if the Portuguese have so soon a kind of machine gun as cannons, why they use not always? The thing is, you cannot shoot nothing with that. It's just by accident you can shoot something. So, sorry. So if you have questions, just go for it. So I have to prepare you a bit. We have a very new colleague, and that's why we have to keep him something. Don't worry when I have to say something to him, you know. So, okay. Amigo, estás estudando nossa formação. So, oh, sorry.
Probably noticed the statue of Christ the King on the outside. And that's also what you want. Go all the way up. It's 134 meters above sea level. Yes, I see.
So this part called Alfama, which is a word comes from the Arabic and means a lot of water fountains. And that's why one of the water fountains you see on my right side after the house at the corner is this one. And please look also up, because up is also very beautiful, I think. So now I like to ask you a question. What would you guess how old Lisbon is? Okay, you see, there's a house on the right side with the spikes on it. Just disappear right now. We will see it again after building. So there's a house with spikes, and it have a very simple name. Is a house with peaks, Casa dos Picos. So, and that is the Museum of Saramago, Nobel Prize winner of literature. But is more important the cellar, because the cellar of it, there's a house with spikes. You see it? Spikes on the wall, spikes on next to the yellow one. between the yellow and the red one. So, and when you go to the cellar in this house, you found the foundations from the Phoenicians. And the Phoenicians was even in the Bible mentioned. And the Phoenicians was the tribe who get involved with the old Egypts. So we dated the stones of the year 1200 before Christus, which make Lisbon more than 3,000 years old. And it is even older than Rome, because Rome is dated 750 before Christus. So, and now this part is the Baixo downtown, which was hit with by the earthquake and by the tsunami. Every house you see is rebuilt after 1755. But for this church on my right side, they searching the stones all over the city to put it again together. Why they take so much effort? Because Vasco da Gama prayed there before he goes to the ocean to find the way to India. So the next, yeah, you see, it looks like old New York, straight line streets, and the houses are more or less the same size. So the next crossing, you can see it again, that they're just all built in a fast manner. So, and now I want to share you something. It's very important when you come back to England. So please look on the left side before I succeed. You see, streetlight streets, and the houses are more or less the same size. So now it's very important when you come home and you meet someone who came original from Lisbon, and maybe you talk to him and will say, oh, Lisbon, I was there. Maybe we'll say that it's beautiful, but he or she will ask one question. And if you are not in this talk, you don't get it. So the question are, if you saw the Sant Antonio, and the Sant Antonio is the Sant Antonio of Padua, who is the holy person of the poor people and the lost things. But why the Lisbon people are related to? Because he's born here. And here on my left side, the house with the flowers is the house where he born. The black statue is the Sant Antonio statue, and the white church is the Sant Antonio church. This church. So it is not very old, it's from the 19th century, but the next one is very old. This is the Cathedral of Lisbon. We call them just Sé de Lisboa. It was built 1147 on my right side. This building here on my right side. This building survived the earthquake. There was just one pillar who moved about 40 centimeters, but the roof didn't fall down. But since then, when it's rain outside, it's rain also inside. So in the winter time, when it's begin often to rain, maybe it have the most cleanest floor in Lisbon. So now I have to say sorry in advance. This street became a name from me. I called it the Wild Horse Street because it feels like you're sitting on it. So I try to make it much comfortable as possible. but sometimes this is not possible. So just be prepared. So now we come to a place which is the viewpoints. Our viewpoints, we call them miradores, and there's just not only a great view, there is also an area you can chill. And this one called Santa Justa is a great view to the harbor and even to the cruise liners. So, and because we have a lot of hills, we have a lot of viewpoints. The next one is just now, that have a poetical name called Portos do Sol, the doors to the sun. And it is well chosen because it's always shining in the sun. And on the right side, you see also a monument, a statue of São Vicente. And the São Vicente is important for Lisbon, also for the Kingdom of Portugal. And you see on the left hand, you see a ship with two crows, which is the shield of Lisbon, and the crows are the symbol of São Vicente. São Vicente get his holy status in the 4th century, fighting against an unchristian empire, which was in the 4th century the Roman Empire. And he fought it in Saragossa, which is now in Spain. And 300 years later came the Moorish and want also to take the whole Peninsula Iberia. And they found then the grave of São Vicente. And when they get notice what is about him, he fighting against an unchristian empire, they open the grave and bring the bones of him away. When our king arrived to Lisbon, he get notice that the bones of São Vicente are right now in Algarve, which is now the Algarve in South Portugal, but back then it was still occupied by the Moorish. So he sent the Crusaders and Portuguese knights to bring back the bones. So please look on the left side. You see a tiny house which also survived the earthquake. On the left side, they're up with these blue titles on it. And by the way, you see behind the bus station is some modern art, a woman's face. So our city invited a lot of modern artists to come to Lisbon, and mostly they shared us something which is related to Lisbon or Portugal. That's why we believe that this face is from Amalia Rodrigues, which is our most important fadista, Fadistas are the people who sing the fado. The fado is the folk music of Portugal, a singing philosophy, and we have a lot of respect for people who sing it and play it. So the horse street will. So please look on the left side. You see the Church of Grace, Igreja da Graça. This church is not very old, it's from the 16th century. And outside is also not very special, inside is very beautiful. So, but what is more interesting on this church is it is linked to a convent. And the convent which is linked to is the convent of Christus, which have the heritage of the Templar Knights. And you see the next building looks like a little castle. That is the convent. And because there was a protector of the holy sites, there was fighting monks. And when they changed the name and served for Portugal, they fight it with us also against the Moorish, against the Islam. There we are. So please look on the right side, the street down, on my right side please. And you see a wall with a painting of a woman, right? With a gun in the hand and a carnation flower inside. That is related to our revolution against our dictator in 1974. And who makes the end of our dictatorship was our army. And the captains, the heads of our army, they stick together and combine. When they playing a special music in the radio, they will march to Lisbon. At the same time, a woman want to open her second restaurant, and she bought the flowers of the month, which was in April, which was the carnation flower. So she hear the music in the radio about brotherhood and freedom, so she was surprised. And then she go out of the street, saw the passing by soldiers, so she gave every soldier one carnation flower. And they put the carnation flower in the gun, assigned to the people that I want to shoot to the people. Now we come to the highest point of Lisbon, which is Nossa Senhora do Monte. That is a little stop. Put the step. If you go out on that side, because there's more space here. So there we are. So maybe.
Just get a bit closer.
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How long we got here?
I think 10 minutes or 5 minutes. So please look on the left side. You see a big castle, right?
Yeah.
And that was already here when the Moorish settled here. So
No, thank you.
eu estou agora a falar.
No, thank you.
Está bem depois. I come back.
So this castle was overtaken by the Portuguese and the Crusaders.
Yeah.
And because there came so many Crusaders from England, we named it after the King I, George I of England. That was São Jorge. This is about the King of England, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, our most important church are also built on the battlefields of the Crusaders. And because the most important were the English, that's why we put where the English fighted the cathedral.
Have a look at the view. Good job.
10 minutos?
João de la Mancha. Dom João de la Mancha.
Ainda fazemos bem. Pá, funcionava bem até agora. Olha, eu vou fazer um aparelho com eletricidade. Então damos ao Yuri na bolsa.
Que é para ele dar choques, para ele conduzir mais rápido. O Yuri é muito limitado, o miúdo. É muito limitado, ele tem qualquer problema.
Pois.
Depois trouxe esta palhinha.
Sim, é por causa que tu disseste. Olha,
Não,
eu gosto de aprender.
Mas fica muito... é por causa deste material, faz quente. E se tirares isto de forro, João?
Sim, quando está melhor é melhor. Hello.
I'm obsessed with fridge magnets, so at some point on this tour, can I buy a fridge magnet? Are you able to stop for me to nip
we are
out and buy a
going
fridge
to... Yes,
magnet?
madam, yeah.
That's all I need.
Yeah,
that's
it's
fine.
like me. When I travel, I like to do
Yes.
to put on the fridge.
Exactly,
Then,
yeah.
when we open, we always have the remembrance
That's
of
fine,
the
I just
place.
thought I'd mention. I've seen lots of shops as we've
Yeah.
been
There
You're
driving.
is-
going to a good place and you
You
can
are.
stop over.
Great.
Okay, madam.
That's all I need to know.
Great.
Eu vou arranjar um pano aqui, João, para pôr aqui no tuk-tuk. Aqui à volta vou comprar um pano barato. E depois vou fazer aqui um quadrado, estás a ver? Vou, por exemplo, aqui sombra, sombra, sombra e aqui deixo aberto. Aqui no meio.
Sim.
Faço tipo assim. Peço só uma costureira para fazer uma coisa barata. Um pano branco, depois posso-se lavar.
Olha, era bom se nós comprarmos aquelas canas que há para o
Isso também é
duche,
giro.
para um duche, e vamos daqui até aí. Então, pedes uma costureira também fazer os clientes podem puxar e fechar, abrir e fechar como eles querem.
É bem pensado.
Só que acho que isso pode-se fazer.
Porque está muito calor, pá. Isto é. Eu já disse
Os clientes.
Não,
Aí,
isto é-
às vezes eu meto lá os cobertórios.
Já estão completamente abananados com o sol.
Pois. Mas mesmo eu sei que eu ainda tenho que aprender alguma coisa, mas às vezes também não
Se tiveres
percebo.
alguma dúvida
Mas eu
que
ainda
tu te
estou-
lembres,
Mas até agora sempre aprendo alguma coisa, mas sim, eu esqueço às vezes o caminho. Mas agora não é assim tão fácil de aprender como no princípio.
mas tu és uma pessoa curiosa.
Sim.
Se não fosses curioso, pá, era mais difícil.
Pois. So, you like to hear a bit more about history?
Yeah, I've just been listening to that lady there talking about it as well.
Ah.
About the Crusaders and things like that,
Yeah. So,
It's interesting what you say about the Phoenicians, because when I was in Cadiz, they said the same thing, that they'd excavated and found Phoenician foundations as well. So
Right.
it must have been along this coast,
Yes,
Spain and Portugal.
the Phoenicians have something in common with the Portuguese because we are this nation who was sailing to the ocean, and the Phoenicians too. Their origin came from the today Lebanon, inside our.
Isn't the Phoenicians what the Egyptians used to call the sea people? Because they arrived by sea, didn't they, into
Yes,
Egypt?
right.
I remember reading that.
Yeah. And the Phoenician was here, but even in the Ilias of Odysseus, the Greek, is also mentioned in Lisbon, and he said here was a powerful queen with snake soldiers, and you know that is and the name of the queen was Medusa.
Yes, of course, yes.
But you know the Ilias are you cannot take it for sure. So that is. But I know at least you know that the Greece already knew this one, and before them was the Phoenicians here. And the Phoenicians, I think they appreciate that we have a big harbor. For sailors is very important, and also the fresh water. We have a lot of water springs that even the Arabic called some parts Alfama, which means a lot of water in Arabic. A lot of water springs. Yeah. And by the way, this church was before a mosque.
Okay.
And it was the only mosque who was not destroyed by the Crusaders, because the Crusaders destroyed everything that was not Christian. And that's why they transformed it to a church and was the first seat of our bishop. That is not very important. More important, that the Muslims left the share in the corner of this building.
Isto, senhores, isto é offer.
Yeah, our offer, water.
Yes.
There we are.
Oh, I've got water, I've got some, but yeah, okay, I'll take one, thank you.
So,
Thank you
ladies,
so much.
so they already, let's let's prepare to go. I'm less in hurry, but
Is that right way? You're going in there, are you? Oh God, I'm not as the bend of the knee that does it. As young as I used to be. Yep. Had one knee replacement. I was quite upset.
No,
As nimble as we
you
were.
were there.
And I've got to sit that way of I.
Well, that's where you were.
Well, I can't remember that. Yes.
I sat there and thought, oh no.
That's all right.
so the Muslims left a share built in the corner of this building, and there's a saying: if a pregnant woman sitting there, get a good pregnancy. And our first queen, Maria I, get pregnant, sitting there, get a good pregnancy. At least once worked.
I really don't know. Very cozy, that's where we are. Yeah, these two are great.
So on my left side, on the top, you see some modern art, which is made with a small hammer and looking like eyes, right? Yes. This place called the Moradira, and that is the place. That's the place where the most fadistas from Lisbon lived in, and most of them even lived in this narrow road on my right side. And on the wall you see a lot of pictures of them. And the fado is like a classic music of Portugal. It's also our folk music, but it's in a manner very honest and keep our culture together. And here.
Of course. Quanta cara é, mano? Bangladesh. Oh, you might have been just there and we gave our books. I think most people do.
The middle of the square. We're going to see now the statue of King João.
So now you see the place called Figueira, with a monument of one of our kings. That is for me the most important one. That is João I, John I. And John I, he started the Discovery Age on my right side. He ordered to build the navigation school. He ordered to build the University of Coimbra. He ordered to build the shipbuilding engineering school. He is not very known in the world, but his son, the third son to be precise, Infant Henrik, Prince Henry, is the most translated person in the world in other languages. You know him in English as Henry the Navigator. And why he gets so important? Because he made that what the king ordered to build. Navigation school, shipbuilding engineering, etc., etc. Fun fact, Henry the Navigator was never on sea, on the ocean. But he prepared the whole nation to become to the ocean. John I. So now you see the place called Rocio. On the center of the place is King Pedro IV, of course of Portugal, but he split the empire in two, so he became with him Brazil independent, so he becomes to be Pedro I of Brazil too. On the left side it will appear our train station called Rocio. There we are, my left side. And it is built in the monolithic style. The monolithic style is named after King Manuel I. This style you found only here in Portugal, never else. Nobody else, no other places. So, with ornaments of the sea and the sailing, very playful, and I think it's very beautiful too. And this monument on the left is the Restauradores, and that remember to the time when the Spanish get rule of Portugal for 60 years and 3 kings. They never took us by war, but when our king had no childs, the kingdom fall to the Spanish, and we get 3 Spanish king, Philip the First to Philip the Third, and then we make a revolution against them, and then we have to join our empire again, and therefore is this monument built. So what we will visit now is another kind of experience, because you will taste something very, very delicious, which is the very famous pastéis de nata. Just a second. So. So bumpy roads, right? Sorry for that. I try my best, but cannot avoid everything. So,
Will there be a toilet around here at all? A toilet around here?
Yeah, we will. On this, we go to the pastry, and there's also a toilet.
Yeah.
I will directly bring you there. And so,
It's all that shaking of head.
so let's go already to the other side. Then, so let's go to the other side. So just waiting. We have to join all our group. So okay, let's go. Yuri. Santinho. Bless you. So please look on the right side. There you see a peninsula, because we have a lot of hills. We have some of them. And this brings it to the uptown, which is the Bairro Alto in Portuguese. And this one, even our trams, we call them eléctricos, I recommend to just share a place, because they feeling like they're living machines, breathing and everything. On the right side you see a theater, the Theater Eden, which is built in Art Deco. Of course, 20th century. Now, right now, it is a hotel. So we talked about the earthquake, and we talked about Pedro IV. We will pass again on his monument. Pedro IV was the son of Maria I, and Maria I was the daughter of José I, the king of the times of the earthquake. And so Maria and even Pedro IV still lived in a destroyed Lisbon. So I said already that the earthquake changed also Europe, because the people writing letters, why this country get hit by God, even they spread the Christianity all over the world. So then the age changed from the Renaissance to the New Age. And one of the things that comes in the New Age are the Napoleon Wars. And Napoleon wanted to take also Portugal. And Maria I was on charge. And now I want to mention Maria was one of our best queens, even compared to the kings. Maria I make that Portugal have something in common with Russia, because Russia was not overtaken by Napoleon because of his size, and Portugal was also not overtaken by Napoleon because Portugal was too clever. So, and who was in charge? Maria I. She changed the capital. She took the honor to be capital from Lisbon and put it to Rio de Janeiro, and the whole king family and all the officials go to Rio de Janeiro. When the army of Napoleon entered Portugal, we go not to the battlefield. We just wait that they came in, and then we started immediately a guerrilla war. And so that's why Napoleon could not overtake Portugal. And after a few weeks, the Spanish get notice that Portugal gets some success. So the Spanish joined even us, and then the joint forces from Portuguese, English, and Spanish liberalized the Peninsula Iberia from Napoleon. So there's two ends of Europe. Well, Napoleon get no success. It was Portugal and Russia. So that's why I say Maria I was a great queen. So behind this house rows on the right side, there's uptown. So sometimes we have a peninsula who bring us to uptown, but we have also one elevator. And we call all of them elevators. As in Portuguese, all the peninsula and even the elevator called elevadores. And please look on the right side. After this building, you see the Elevador Santa Justa, which is built 1902. And after this building on the top, there's a little bridge, brings you to uptown, Bairro Alto. So please look on my left side now. There's a building with big pillars. That is the ancient National Bank of Portugal. But of course we have no anymore because we joined the Eurozone. That's why the joint National Bank are now in Frankfurt, Germany. Oh, now we are on the way to Uptown. That's why it goes up. Just simple, Bairro Alto. So, and the first we will see of Uptown is the Rua Garret. And the Rua Garret was very important shopping street by the time of the kings. But you can guess, there was for the upper class, shoemakers, tailors, modists. So, but the most of the shop disappear because we have since over 100 years no kings anymore. Please look on the right side. There you see the bridge comes from the Elevador Santa Justa. You see? They're on top. So this is the streets. Rua Garret. So, and most of the shops disappear, of course, because we have no kings. But one shop is left, and that is the bookstore. And that have a title right now, which is the oldest bookstore in the world, the bookstore Bernard, on the left. There we are. This one, bookstore. Since 1732. Oh, and now on the left side, you will see a building in gold and yellow tiles. There we are. That was the brewery. They made beer. And now we come to the place called Carmo. And there we have a church, of course, the name is Carmo, which was never rebuilt after the earthquake, and it will be never rebuilt because as a sign of the earthquake. On my right, and the next building is the headquarters of the National Guard, and you see one of them also in front of the door. And by the way, that is the place where our dictatorship ended. The revolution ends here because the dictator fled to the National Guard, and both the army and the National Guard pleased the dictator to leave the country. Now on the left side, you see the Theater Trinidad. That was the theater at the time of the kings. Santinho, bless you. On the right side, the church São Roque. The inside of the church São Roque is in Rococo. And you see the pinnacle of the top side on the right. And then you see the mirador, the viewpoint of the Bairro Alto, which is São Pedro de Alcântara on the right. On the left side, you see a store with the red sheets on it. That is the oldest Chinese of Lisbon, which is the same. The management is still the same family, but right now it is a cocktail bar with a lot of arts from all over the world, mostly from China. We will pass the Prince Real. That is the building where the Crown Prince lived. So after this building on the right, you see a building looks like from the Orient, and it is this one. Here lived our Crown Prince, the Prince Real, this one. So on the right side you see the Parliament of Portugal. So, okay. You see even the National Guards there.
And we're leaving the house. Oh, yeah.
Oh, please look on the right side. You see another película here. Now on the left side you see the most important point of Portugal, Luís de Camões. There. We will go around the place. He lived at the time of the discoverers and he made a book about the discoveries called Lusíadas. Every schoolgirl, every schoolboy have to read this book in the school in Portugal. So now you see in the monument on the left side about Antonio Ribeiro, a small monument, and he looks like a like a rapper, right? With the fingers and smiling. There we are. Antonio Ribeiro lived at a time when the Spanish ruled for 60 years Portugal. He was a monk, and then he went to be a poet. Better to say he was a comedian, because the Spanish, when they came over, the Spanish king arrived to Lisbon and want to be some kind friendly, and so he tried to speak Portuguese with the Spanish, but he just put a sh on the ending of the Spanish words. I like to make you some expression about. In English, he speak like that. Aish, like, yush, verish, marsh. He said like that. And Antonio Ribeiro make a lot of fun of it. And that's why he begins to be a very famous comedian. And of course, he make also books. And because he make that noise like the king make, he get a nickname. And the nickname was Ushiado, which is more or less the noise what he made. So even though now the whole quad are called Ushiado, like the big nickname from Antonio Ribeiro. We are again in downtown. So please look on the right side, you will see the Arco de Augusta, which leads to the Praça do Comércio.
That's what Jane was saying.
So now we go to the place where we could taste the wine.
Okay. Well, good.
Just a moment.
That's the red party. The red party.
Oh, thank you. It's all right. I could have been here forever.
You put it
I
around
can't move my feet now.
Let me get out first.
Here we go. That's it. More room to
Put your
Oh, I haven't left anything up. Getting backwards. My head otherwise. All right, thank you. Oh. Creak, creak, creak. Right.
Okay. So the wines are there on that side.
And there'll be a toilet in here as well, will there? Another toilet in here.
Yeah. Of course,
good.
Yeah. Always. Olá, senhora. Eu sou um pouco cedo.
Quantos são?
Vamos ser, acho que são 15.
15?
Olha, o senhor quer ir para casa de banho, sim?
The bathroom is there on the left, and you just need to slide the door and the light is inside.
Oh, what, the toilet? He's talking about, yeah.
Yeah, the toilet. So you can choose one seat here
Okay.
and just wait for the others. We get a bit soon. We are the first, yes. We was the last, and now we are the first. So, ladies, sirs, let's go to the best part of the tour, the wine.
Open it, smell it, and here is this is eucalyptus. Smells like eucalyptus. You can fully just tell.
Come in. Inside is much better than outside.
Thank you.
Yeah, bora lá.
It's full of little steps.
Oh, eu pensei por vocês sem ver.
Não faz mal.
Eu estava a pensar que vocês já estão no vinho e eu fui diretamente para os vinhos. Sim, eu vi Tuk no São Julião, mas não pensava que era vocês. E vocês não viram mim, também não viram mim.
Sabes o que era bom, João? Tu abrires um dia. Eu ando a pensar nisso. É um restaurante para pequenos almoços. Muita pasta. Pá.
Sim, um tapas.
Para pequenos almoços, depois para estrangeiros, para dar muito. As pessoas gostam de ter um pequeno almoço, um bom pequeno almoço quando estão a viajar. Isso é como bom.
Sim, um pequeno almoço. Por acaso eu vi já pastelarias dessa maneira. Com sumo de laranja, com cafezito,
Ovos.
que devagar.
Ovos, tostas.
Mas aqui não posso. Talvez tenha que abrir no... como chama aquilo? Cabo Verde, assim uma coisa. Mas por mim quero andar à volta do mundo.
A Itália. Também é. Como é que se chama aqueles países da antiga Jugoslávia?
Eslovénia, Croácia,
Sim, aqueles ali também são
Bósnia.
bonitos. A Grécia também é bonita. Mas com nota consegues fazer aquilo tudo.
Шафарич, це якраз те, що зараз в Португалії називають фонтаном. Але фонтан це було місце, де люди брали.
Queres tirar ali uma cervejinha, João ali do frigorífico?
Não há cerveja lá dentro. Está ligado? Não está feito. Está ligado? Não. Que tu queres?
Não disse, olha.
Pois, está vazio só. Olha, é aqui o muro do Alfama.
É, normal.
Pois.
Estas portas que havia de antes era tudo fechado e aberto durante a noite. Eles fechavam os bairros. Uma questão de segurança para não se andar à noite. Que havia uma polícia local.
Sim.
Chamavam-se quadrilheiros, eles andavam armados, policiais. Não se podia andar assim à noite. Era perigoso, aliás. Não havia iluminação. Isto era fechado.
Ainda vais com os clientes aqui por cima. Acho que eu apanhei um bom lugar. Do outro lado. Ainda está lá mais um aberto, se queres usar aquilo.
Estou aqui, pá, isto aqui.
O Yuri foi até bom. Hoje não fez problemas.
Não fez porque eu lhe puxei as orelhas, porque ele estava distraído. Ele vai lá pensar nas coisas dele. Estou muito distraído. Que estou a cantar?
Não, mas olha, basicamente eu até a dizer, Tiago, eu não consigo ir mais rápido porque aquela senhora é muito idosa, ela tem problemas de ossos e o carro a abanar todo, eu tenho medo que ela se magoe, estás a perceber, Tiago?
Faz de umas festinhas.
Não, quer dizer, é que estas estradas assim, é o que eu digo também, eu não percebo porque é que eles deixam estas estradas assim, é para conservar se calhar a antiguidade de Lisboa, mas estas estradas não dá. E com pessoas idosas é muito mais complicado, estás a perceber, Tiago? Eu deixei...
Vou meter aqui, ok, Yuri. Até vou pôr aqui, ok, Yuri Ricardo.
Ok, pode ser, Ricardo.
Agora, aqui em cima, Yuri, quando eu for ali explicar umas coisas com as pessoas, vais comigo para ouvires, que é para depois teres mais uma coisa para contar. Ok, vai?
É uma boa chance quando tu tens tempo demais.
Eu costumo passear por aqui.
Metes ali o tuk-tuk.
Sim, eu costumo
dás aqui um passeiozinho, se estiveres a fazer 2 horas é perfeito, eles gostam muito.
Sim, eu costumo vir aqui, geralmente, quando estou a fazer a rua, paro o tuk-tuk ali e venho aqui fazer rua. Só que, Tiago, estes 2 tuk-tuks aqui estão mal parados. O meu e o teu, né? Se calhar um de nós só vinha estar a olhar para o tuk-tuk. Ou o João, ficas aqui a olhar, João.
Eu posso ficar aqui, mas não faz diferença. Eles saem aqui em 5 minutos.
Não, pá.
Se alguém vem...
Isto aqui é 5 minutos, pá. Isto é rapidamente.
Ninguém mexe, né? Ok.
E vocês também estão aqui, então? Sim, por causa... quando tu vais... Isso também dura só 5 minutos. Eu posso... As chaves estão lá dentro. Eu posso puxar para frente e para trás se alguém quer para cá.
Ok, eu vou deixar então aquele meu tubo com a chave lá. Vou tirar o telemóvel, não vá alguns espertinhos tirar o meu
Sim, tira sempre o telemóvel. Nunca deixa o telemóvel no tuk-tuk.
Pois. Eu faço assim com o João. Tem a câmara toda. Mas isso não há outra chance.
Os turistas agora alugam estes carrinhos, eles já não querem andar por tuk-tuk, agora querem andar por eles próprios nestes carrinhos.
Mas isso não é para toda a gente.
Não é para toda a gente, eu também acho.
Pelo menos os jovens. Eu também costumo abordar mais jovens. Eu tenho que começar a selecionar melhor o público que eu abordo para virem comigo.
Agora estamos no caminho. Agora estamos no caminho.
Estamos no caminho?
Não, deixa estar, não sei.
Eles é que estão no caminho.
Mas para que é que ele vai meter aqui a carrinha branca? Porque ele não vai à volta, não? Deixa eu meter para ali.
Até agora ninguém mordeu-me, tudo bem.
Vai puxar. Está lá a chave.
Não. Não, está. Não está. Foda-se.
Fizeste corta-mato.
Hã?
Fizeste corta-mato.
Olha, eu não sei como se passou. Eu pensava que eu tinha ido para os vinhos diretamente, mas eu não dei a conta a vocês. Passou, e vocês não dão conta a mim.
O Yuri ia devagar naquele semáforo. Eu já passei mesmo com aquilo.
Sim, eu vi, mas para mim era.
Não, já era demais. Já era demais.
É porque isso.
Não.
Mas era também um ponto um pouco difícil, sabe? Porque não sabe
Na minha moto também é mais fácil de fazer, é mais estável, sabe? Estas motos são mais.
Eu estava um pouco confusado porque eu não sei. Agora, ir para o Parlamento, há de ir 2, 3 caminhos. 2, pelo menos 2. Por onde eles vão? Bom, então escolhi o mais perto.
Fizeste bem.
Escolhi o mais perto.
Fizeste bem, porque senão se viesses pelo mesmo que nós, eras capaz de te atrasar um bocado.
E vocês fizeram a voltinha um pouco mais grande, está bem. Está bem.
Foi mesmo Estrela.
E vocês foram para a Estrela?
Sim. Estrela, Parlamento,
porque,
Camões, São Francisco.
Camões eu fiz. Camões dizia, eu estava já outra vez em linha com vocês.
Estou tão cansado, agora vou comer ali, parar 2 dias. Até me está a custar a falar, sabes?
É?
Já estou a começar a enrolar a língua.
Podia ser que, olha, experimenta um pouco de sal.
Do cansaço. Não, é o cansaço mesmo.
É. Depois eu tenho mais 4 horas de tour. Então já estou pronto para hoje. Bem, não faço mais. Hoje é o último dia, amanhã estou de folga.
Eu já estou há 6 dias a trabalhar seguidos.
Eu acho que ele vai jogar na moto. Algar, para algar, Este é um carro que eu... fundo de desemprego 2 anos e 6 meses.
Isto é fixe. É fixe complementar ali com aquela voltinha na judiaria.
Vai, deixa estar aí, pode ligar a pista. Liga a pista, não deixa ir.
Não tens medo que levem isso.
Não tem medo, porque eu faço a calculação com, quer dizer, se alguém rouba, compro não. Isso é para o meu futuro, quer dizer, eu quero levantar o meu canal para andar à volta do mundo. Se eles roubam, está incalculável, quer dizer, eu já penso 600 ou 700 euros pagar outra vez para a câmara e para as coisas. Fosse o meu Tuk, eu fazia isso mais com parafuso e tudo, não é?
O que é preciso fazer para tirar isto aqui? É só este? É este?
É só isso.
Pois. Ainda dá algum trabalho. Não é assim.
Mas eu já vi algumas que são já conhecidas, que é Roma. Eu meti a câmera diretamente para a cara deles. Eu disse, isso é direto para a internet. Só que, então, sim. A última vez estavas tu. Também aqueles que...
Glória.
Sim.
Sim.
Também fiz.
Sim.
Ele disse, eu disse, isso é direto para a internet. Não, isso estavam a dizer. Podes experimentar. Olha aqui. Então foram um pouco mais longe.
Sim, eu que disse.
Então fui.
Então a ideia é fazer um canal?
O canal já existe. O canal do YouTube já tem mais do que...
Como é que se chama?
Tens o teu telemóvel?
Sim.
Abre lá a câmara.
A câmara?
Sim.
Como assim?
Porque eu dou-te o QR Code.
A câmara com o quê?
Olha. Então vem lá uma seta amarela. Tens?
Abrir o site?
Sim.
Ok. Agora posso partilhar comigo próprio, não é?
Sim, podes partilhar ou subscrever, como tu quiseres.
Vou partilhar comigo próprio.
Não tens YouTube? Tens.
Esta aplicação que eu instalei agora é muito fixe. Vou testar os 7 dias grátis. Stellarium. Dá para ver as estrelas todas em tempo real.
Isso é bom.
E vês também o que está abaixo da terra.
Também. Sim.
Tudo. Stellarium. Tem um teste gratuito de 7 dias. Instalei hoje, estive a curtir. Amanhã.
Pois é,
Sol em caranguejo, Mercúrio a entrar em Leão, Vênus em Virgem, Vênus em Carneiro.
Já aí bem.
Há muita coisa boa a passar-se no céu. Se for bem usada pela humanidade.
Tá bem. So, I'm here.
Which one's ours?
This one. This one.
Vous avez pas vu la petite carte là?
So, there we go.
Okay, first as I'm the slowest.
So, I miss one person, right?
We wish to miss some others, but shall we just?
Just want one more.
We are.
Just
Coming.
ah, there we are. I was starting to search to you. So,
We're being shown something. So sorry. So,
Take it at James.
well,
Take it at
here,
James.
I gingerly. It's all right. Steady. That's the problem.
so great. On the left side you see the Alfama, on the right side you see the Fado Museum. The Alfama, which is the oldest part of Lisbon, is known for a lot of restaurants. Sorry that I'm beeping so loud, but there was the ambulance without braking. That's why I'm beeping. So So, the end of the street is like hell, right? So, so then, I wish you then a good evening, afternoon, yes? Bye.
Which way is it to?
This one, just the stairs up.
How does it work?
It's good. Can I help you?
Can you go to the Castel de San São Jorge? Is it too far?
It is just, it's not that far, but unfortunately I have a tour right next.
We'll walk it.
This guy can help you. This in the green tuk-tuk, in between the two cars.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Eles querem ir para o castelo. Vâng. To
go near of the river.
the river is just here.
A boat.
To this
Yes.
time.
We have to take a boat.
Un magasin de lunettes.
Non.
Par contre, je pense qu'il fait chez tout le monde.
We go here. Non, c'est feu rouge. Ah non, c'est vert. Pardon.
Yeah. So unfortunately, I have a tour right now, and I cannot bring. I don't. Hold on the way. Oh, Dede!
Direct route नहीं होगा এটা তো পুরোটাই তো আপনার
আমার ভালো লাগে জি জি
না পুরোটাই তো আপনার এটা
পুরোটাই আমার জি
এখন যদি 50 টাকা ট্যুর করেন 25 টাকা আপনি পাবেন
এটা ছিল 80 টাকা হ্যালো গুড আফটারনুন
Where is that?
Area is the viewpoint. From there, we can see the downtown city Alfama with huge river view. Also, we call that romantic viewpoint.
facciamo un film o due e poi...
Scheiße.
No, I think that's Sandberg. I'm just joking.
얘도 이름이 툭툭아.
툭툭이네 진짜.
Oh, great. Das war wirklich günstig. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Hello.
You are John?
Yes, I am. Here you are.
Thank you.
Welcome. Oh, okay. So thank you. You're the first time in Portugal, Lisbon?
Yeah.
Okay. Which is your mother language?
Normally it's Dutch.
Dutch?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't speak Dutch. I'm sorry.
But English is fine.
Yeah.
Or, yeah. French, but she doesn't like French.
Okay. Okay.
But
Yeah. I sometimes I just asking because you have in Belgium also a minority of German speakers. Because I speak also German. So.
Not me.
the-
She does, but yeah, I understand a bit. So if you want to speak German, it's
No. We can keep it like you want. I think easier it is for you. It's English. I can speak English, so no problem.
yeah, I prefer English.
So, okay. Then I have a question. Do you like history? Okay,
Yeah.
not that much. Okay.
Not that much.
Okay, there's no problem. We keep it more simple
Yeah.
then. But maybe you want to have a few about Portugal. What is about Portugal?
Yeah, yeah. That's
Yeah. So just to prepare you, I just count the time when we go starting the tuk-tuk.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
that is. So I wanted to prepare you. So our nation was beginning as fighting against the Moors, against the Islam. So after the Roman Empire, they have 300 years of different countries who come over, and then came the Moorish, come from North Africa, is the Islam. And so everything is more or less related to Christianity, fighting for the Christianity and everything. So, and I think I like to introduce you because that is a bit funny, special, how our nation was formed. So at first, our language is a bit older than our nation. Our language was formed in the 4th century, and it was formed in northern West Spain, which is now Galicia. Back then, there was a kingdom called Leon, ruled by a queen. So, and they're settled in what is now in between Galicia and Asturias, was a quarter came from northern Europe, from Ireland or Scotland, and came with originally Celtic language. So, and that merged with the Latin, makes the Portuguese. That makes also the Portuguese different to the Spanish, because we have the Celtic based languages. So, and so it was formed there in a time when the Roman Empire was collapsed, and the people completely changed because this big empire who was related on engineering, techniques, and everything was a fail state because it's collapsed. That was the thinking back then. Nobody was interested in engineering. Nobody was interested in written history. The Romans did, no. And then we called that then the Dark Middle Ages. Why? Because nobody knows. Even they don't build houses in stone, just in wood. This disappear. We don't know that much.
Okay.
So, and that time was Portuguese language was formed. So, the kingdom of Leon, ruled by a queen, has her first son. Normally, the guy who will get the kingdom, but he decided to make his own country. And now it's get a bit special because he came to the city of Porto, which is now in northern Portugal, and then he decided then to make an own country. So what could it be? It could be because the Romans fighting long time against the Lusitanians, about 400 years. The Romans fight more against the Lusitanians than any other tribe. 400 years. And the Lusitanians, the Romans located them in between the two big rivers, which is one is here, and it's here, this is the Tejo. Yeah. And the other end is in Porto, which is the Douro. So, and we know by excavation that the Lusitania is some kind of Celtic. So, but we are also sure that they are not really. So there may be Celtic influence by culture maybe, because the artifacts look like Celtic, but not really. So there's another tribe in Iberia who called Ibero-Celtics. They are really Celtics. So, and now, what is the Celtic? The Celtic is more or less what Europe have combined. The Celtic started in Central Europe, and the most original ones became in Scotland, parts of Wales, and Ireland. So, and the rest mixed up to other countries, to other tribes. Yeah. So, but what we Europeans look like, more or less the same. That is the Celtic roots of all. So the Irish is more original one, and maybe the Ibero-Celtic back then was our kind of original, but we get mixed by our place with Romans. You may be more with the Huns or some Germans or everything else. So, and then became other tribes. So, and maybe the king, when he arrived to Porto, he wanted to join the Celtic with their own state, because none of them had on that time an own country, and even before, never. Maybe the Lusitanians, but there was not a country. It was just little tribes who speak the same language, maybe. Yeah. So he wants to make his own country for the Celtics. So, and how he called them? The old name of Porto was Portus Cale. And Portus means harbor, and there's a harbor. And Calo, there's a lot of theories, because we even don't really know how Celtic sounds. It must sound like the Gaelic from Ireland. So, but it could be that Cale means mountain, because in Gaelic, mountain means Gal. So, and Porto, the old Porto was on two mountains. Maybe, yes. And then became Portugal with the name of the old name of the city. So, okay. And 12 years later, the king came with the Crusaders, because there come a lot of Crusaders help us from all over Europe, from Germany, even from the Flemish countries. Yeah. And back then was a Flemish. I will show you the most important church from outside, because there is also the battlefields of the Crusaders. Oh, okay. So let's go. Okay. I introduce a little bit. And by the way, there is one day scenario in our history, much later than beginning, was 1755, even later the discovery time. We have a big earthquake, and the earthquake hit the whole city. But in uptown is more or less what is, when it's go here up. And there lived the richer people. And they had carpet in the wall, carpet in the floor, and the oil lamps falling down and begin to burn. The people flee to downtown. And more in front, there was also the palace of the king. And then came a tsunami.
Oh.
Yeah. And Portugal, to this point, was known fighting against the Moorish, against an un-Christian empire, then spread the Christianity all over the world. As tiny nation, what it was, that the people all Europe was wondering what was happening. The Renaissance, the people was fundamentalistic Christians. And when there's something in the logic didn't fit anymore, because this nation who spread the Christianity all over the world, fight for the Christianity, get hit by God, like the thinking. And that changed also the time age from the Renaissance to the New Age. So, okay, let's go.
Okay. I don't know if your boss told you, I just asked to drop us off at the end at Alex Factory.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why we make first Old Town.
Okay.
And then we make the way to Belém. And I show you the Monastery de Jerónimo, the Torre de Belém, and the Patrimonio de Descubrimientos. And then we come the halfway back to the El Cheese factory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That is the plan.
Okay.
Have you time to have to be there? No.
No, we just.
Okay, then I don't need to go that perfect.
No.
I can come a little bit later.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Ja. Ja. Maar het zijn allemaal dingen dat ik zo wil doen, omdat er wel zo... Ja, ik vond dat wel interessant geluid, zoals je zei. Dat was toch echt, je zegt een eigenlijk, iedereen heeft van wanneer dat het gedaan is. Ja, ik zie. Ja, dat betreft bij bekend
So this statue, what you see here, is from the 19th century. That is from a civil war. That is the Duke de Seda. And the civil war is about to liberalize the slavery. And we had slavery in the colonies still. We stopped the trade of slaves by pleasing by the Queen Victoria. So she asked to stop, and we stopped then.
Yeah.
Maybe you are asking why we make it like that? Because we are an old alliance with England. So, and we have to say thank you always the English people, because without the English we wouldn't exist. But even the English wouldn't even exist like there was when there was not allied with Portugal. We go back. So, Duke Terceira. So you ever heard about the Templar Knights? No. The Templar Knights was a protector from the holy sites in the Middle East and also in, and even in Europe. And the Templar Knights, they had a red cross with thick endings, like a thick ending, yeah? So the Templar Knights was the only one in the Middle Ages who had the permission to lend money. Because they protect the holy sites. And sometimes some pilgrim get in struggle and need some money, they could become it from the Templar Knights. But you can guess, if you are the only bank in Europe, you get rich like stupid. So, and that noticed the King of France. He noticed that the Templar Knights get rich, and so he wants money from the Templar Knights. Ask for money, the Templar Knights give him. Ask again, give. Again, give. One day the Templar Knights said, no, you have enough, you don't get more. And then the King of France go to the Pope and started praying to the devil. So the Templar Knights have to flee all over Europe. So a few could come to Malta, some come to England, but the majority came to Portugal. But today we are Catholic, and back then, of course, also. We have to follow the Pope somehow, but we make it different. We opened the convent of Christus, put the people who was serving as Templar Knights all in that convent, and then we close official the Templar Knights in Portugal. So they was still there. They even took the sign, the red sign with them, but they have to change, put a white cross inside. So they flew on the year 1307. 10 years later, our Navy was founded. 1317, the oldest Navy in the world, with the cross of the Templar Knights, with the cross of the Convent of Christus. So with them, with the help of them, we help them, and they make us please look on the left side. That is Luís de Camões, the most important poet of Portugal. He lived in the time of the discoveries. He made a book called Lusíadas, with the experience of the captains he talked to. And every schoolgirl, every schoolboy have to read that book in a school. This is heritage. Luís de Camões. So, the Templar Knights, the Convent of Christus, make then our navy, the first of the world. And because the English helped us so much to fight against the Moorish, when the English get in struggle, because back then the most populated country was also France, with 14 million. After the Black Death, the England have just 3.5, and Portugal just 1 million. The England asked for help because the French wanted to take over England, and we came with our navy, the only one navy we have. And it was easy to target the much more French on sea with the navy. And then the French was completely upset. They want to have a revanche. They joined with the Castilians, which was the most populated tribe in the Peninsula area. and both have a standard army. In the Middle Ages, it was not common, and the Portuguese haven't. So, so great. It makes great. So the joint forces, French and Castilians, come over Portugal. About 80 kilometers from here, called Ajubarota. And we had just 80 English and the normal working people, women and men, fight, and just 1 to 5. The enemy was 5 times bigger than the Portuguese and the English. So then, what we did, so the army came, we were waiting for them in Aljubarata. We were fighting for hours. After a few hours, the fighting will turn. So I will succeed. Please look on that monument that is now in front of me. He looks like a rapper. You see, he make like that, smiling. I will tell you a bit of. So and there was fighting, and after a few hours, the Portuguese began to win, and the Castilians and the French began to run. And there was a bakery woman with her bakery shuffle, with 6 fingers every hand, killed 7 Castilians by fleeing. You can imagine, like boom, boom, boom. So that makes our nation. So then we helped the English helped us, and that's why we make an alliance. So since 1384, we are allied with England, which makes the oldest alliance in the world. So this guy, Antonio Ribeiro, he is very funny. He was a poet, but more a comedian. He lived in a time when the Spanish kings take the power of Portugal. They didn't get it by war. Only when our king family have no childs, the kingdom fall to the Spanish. And then Philip the First, that was the Philip II for the Spanish. They came to Lisbon and he wanted to be friendly and want to try. He tried to speak Portuguese with the Spanish, but we have this smooth ending. He really don't understand that we have a complete different language. So he make just a smooth ending, and I will you explain it in English, what he said. He said, Aish, lovesh, yush, verish, marsh. He puts always an sh on the end of the Spanish words. And of course, Antonio Ribeiro get noticed. He was a monk before. And then he begins to make funny of. You perform on the street with this noise for everything. And so the people begin to understand that we don't fit in the Spanish. And the whole quarter here called like his nickname, because his nickname was Uchiado, which is more or less the noise he makes on the end of the word. So we come now to downtown. We just drop a little bit to uptown. Now we come to downtown. Downtown, you will notice that the houses looking like the same size and the streets are straight lines. Why? Because this part of the city was hit by the earthquake, and then came a tsunami, so all the stones washed away. So they have to rebuild all the complete. So every house you see here is built after 1755. And even the streets, of course. So why we will pass this part? because I want to come to the oldest part of Lisbon, which I called just Graça. So the Graça was just hit by the earthquake. Not fire, not tsunami, just by the earthquake. The first thing what we will see could be important when you come back to Belgium. When you come back to Belgium and you found some guy who come original from Lisbon, then maybe you talk with him, and then then you will say, oh, I was in Lisbon. Maybe you will say it was beautiful, but surely he comes with one question. When you are not here in the Tuk, you don't understand it. He will ask you if you saw the Sant Antonio.
The what?
The Sant Antonio, Saint Anthony. And why he asked that? The Saint Anthony is the saint of the lost things and the poor people. He get his holy status in Padua, Italy, but for the Lisbon people is very important. For the Lisbon people is important because Saint Anthony born in Lisbon. He born in Lisbon. So when the guy asking if you saw the Sant Antonio, he means the statue of Sant Antonio, the house where he born, and the church of Sant Antonio. In a few seconds, you will see it. So we had this month we had also the Sant Antonio Day. Then they closed the most streets here, and they make a procession of Sant Antonio, and then go around. But to be honest, this Lisbon is also a city of the processions. So they close in the streets more time for procession than for politician. Even we are the capital, so they close every time some streets. Oh, fuck. No, that's not possible. Oh, by the way, when you look on the left side, you see that these houses have a structure because there's very, very simple build. After the window, you see just the pillars. I built like old New York, just fast. And you see all the houses have the same, not only the same size, even the windows are the same distance. So now on the left side, you see the Sant Antonio, the black statue is the Sant Antonio statue. Did you get it? So the house with the flowers is the where he born, and the white church is the Sant Antonio church. So the historically is not so important because this is from the 19th century, but now the next church is historically very important. That is the cathedral, built 1147, and that survived the earthquake.
Beautiful. Looks like a castle.
Yeah, that's right. It is in a Romanic style. So that survived the earthquake, but one pillar moved about 40 centimeters in the earthquake, but the roof didn't fall down. But always when it's rain outside, is rain also inside. So in the wintertime when it rains a lot, maybe that is the most cleanest floor. So, and now I have to say sorry in advance, because this street, I give a name for it. I called it the Wild Horse Street.
Okay.
Because there's so many holes. I try my best, but I cannot avoid everything.
Yeah, we have the same streets in Belgium. So
Okay,
we're used to it.
so it begins. Move. So you can guess that we have a lot of hills, right? And because we have a lot of hills, we have also a lot of miradores. And the miradores are like viewpoints.
Ah, yes, I heard about it.
And there's always with some silly, chilling places you can grab a coffee or take a beer like you want. And you have can combine with a great view. And this one called Santa Lucia. And Santa Lucia have a nice view to the harbor and to the cruise liners. It's really great to stay there. And because we have so many hills, we have sometimes one viewpoint to the next, and the next is like it is here. And that's called Porta do Sol, which is very poetical and is also very fit very good on of this place. Porta do Sol means the doors to the sun, and mostly the sun shining in through, and there's always shine up. But right now the sun don't want to. But normally it keeps this comes directly here sunny, and there's not that much. So you see a statue there. This statue have in the left hand had a ship, and left and right of the ship is a crow. That is also the shield of Lisbon. So the statue is from São Vicente. And São Vicente get his holy status in fighting against a big unchristian empire, which was in the 4th century when he got his holy status, was the Roman Empire. So, and he fighted in Saragossa, which is now Spain.
Yeah.
So, 300 years later, after the Roman Empire collapsed, the Moorish people came to Saragossa, found his grave, and noticed what the symbols are, and get afraid. Get afraid. Get afraid, and that's why they open the grave and take the bones and bring it away. Okay. So he bring it away, and we do, and that time nobody knows where that was. When our king arrived with the Crusaders here in Lisbon, he get notice that the bones of São Vicente are in the Algarve, which is in South Portugal, but back then was still in the force of the Moorish. So our king sent Crusaders and Portuguese knights to bring back the bones of São Vicente to Christian land. And yes, they are found so please look on the left side. You will see a small house. That house also survived the earthquake, so is over 900 years old, like it is. And you see in the corner modern art, because our city invited a lot of modern artists, and there's a mosaic of a woman's face. If you no, okay, you don't want to make picture, okay. So there's the streets, even the holes have names. Peter, Paul, and Mary, this one. So, and their childs. So, so he sent Crusaders and Portuguese knights to bring back the bones, and so, and they found them, and when they bring the bones to Lisbon, and the whole way back they're following two crows. So now, I already said, we have the shield of Lisbon is the ship, and left and right on the ship is the crow, and the crows are the symbol of São Vicente. So, why I tell so much for this creepy story? Because every time when a king died, they opened the body, taking the heart of the body, put it in a jar, and the jar put it in one room next to the bones of São Vicente in the church of São Vicente. But that comes later. Now we come to the church da Graça, Igreja da Graça, which is this one. So I like to that you come with me.
Yeah.
much easier with this.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we go now to the Convent of Christus, which heritage is from the Templar Knights. Another, yes. And there's the same name like the church. There's the viewpoint, Mirador de Graça, Grace. And by the way, it have the nicest view to the castle.
Can we take pictures?
Yeah, of course. You are the boss.
Segura minha mão e deixe. Eu quero descansar. São ossos do ofício bem. Não posso adivinhar. Pode ficar recente. Ao se manifestar. Vem pra Deus.
Against the mark. So now we go to this door. At first, what we will see, it is the very famous azulejos. when you come back to Belgium and you get some people who think know a bit more, they will say, that is a lie, the Vikings was on sea. And yeah, that's true, the Viking was on sea. But they never knew where it was. They're just sailing from coastline to coastline. And when they found an island, they go around the island to see the next coastline. And that way you can come to some places, but you never knew where there was. Maybe come the next one and will say, oh, it's about maps. The Romans could paint maps. That is true, the Romans paint maps. But even they could not navigate. What they did, they navigate along the rivers. And when they're fighting outside of the big rivers, they have to build the roads. That's why the roads are everywhere in Europe. So, but the Romans could make very great straight line streets. They cannot measure curves, but straight line streets they can. Why they cannot make curves? You can see even when they have a mountain in front of, if they're small enough, they even like to cut it in two and put the street through. So, because they cannot measure curves. So the Portuguese use the same instruments. What the Romans used, there were three. Make a map of the stars and put it upside down. With a lot of more mathematics, you can notice where you are.
Yeah.
You can make a map. Oh.
I know. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. So he was the Portuguese one, the first on this to navigate. Means when you are alone, makes no difference if you are small, big. So you can go everywhere. And so the first to paint maps of about 70% of the coastlines of the world was the Portuguese. So, but the Portuguese, they keep it silence. Why? Because after a few decades, the other nations came also. And a lot of them were much bigger than Portugal. But at least we had the luck, we was already allied with English. So that was one big enemy less.
Yeah.
So we keep it silence. Even the house called, where we keep the information, called Silent House. Okay. Oh, great. So said that women cannot drive. That is not true.
Yeah.
Because the men, if they have more testosterone, they're driving even faster.
Yeah.
So.
I was telling her, because she's going to try for her driving exam, I said, if you can park here and go away, start again, then you will succeed. You can do that, you can do everything.
I think the most problems you have is by the thinking was the men have. So just don't take it sure what I say.
Yeah.
Be self-confident. So please, on the left side, you see after the church, you see the Christus convent from outside, and maybe you notice it looks like a little castle. And because there was a protector from the Holy Size as the Templar Knights, there was a fighting monks. And after, even more when they joined to fighting against the Moorish. Driving like stupid. So.
Ele gostou dele. Yeah.
So please look the street down. Now we come to a part which is more cute. And please look the street down, and there's a art on the wall. You see? A woman with a gun in the hand, and in the gun a carnation flower. And that is related to our revolution against our dictator. 1974 means last year, 2024, it made 50 years. And we have a lot of stories about women here in Portugal. So, and that is also related to a woman. At first, who makes an end of our dictatorship was our army. And our army, the heads of our army stick together, and they combine. When there came a special music in the radio, they will march to Lisbon and make an end of the dictatorship. So, the army let the music play in the radio and begin to march. And at the same time, there was a woman. She wanted to open her second restaurant. And she had a music open. And she bought the flowers of the month, April, which is the carnation flower. And then she heard the music in the radio about brotherhood and freedom. And she noticed something is special today. Amen. So there's a woman, and she get the information in the radio from the music, right? And so she goes out of the street and saw the soldiers passing by. She go inside, take all the flowers she have, and give every soldier a carnation flower. The soldiers put the carnation flower in the gun as sign
Guys,